The following is a presentation of RMG Sports, award-winning championship television.
All right, good morning, Racer H2O, and welcome to the party. We're about to get started with eliminations here at the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix in beautiful Paris, Texas. Lake Crook is ready for us. The water is beautiful. Got a nice little breeze. It's actually blowing down the course, which is actually going to be very helpful. So we're going to get ready to get this thing started. As always, for our opening ceremonies, we're going to start with an invocation. We're going to ask Brother Mike to handle those duties for us, and then we'll have our national anthem, and then we will move into eliminations. Brother Mike, if you would, please.
All right, right before we pray here this morning, I want to make a little shout out to a special lady that comes out and works diligently at all of our SDBA events, and she is fixing this week to celebrate a birthday. A big happy birthday to Laura Kinsley. Have a great birthday, Laura. All right, let us pray. Father, we thank you for a beautiful day. Lord, we thank you for all the people that you put in here, that whether they're working, whether they're spectating, racing, crew, whatever they are, that we're one big family, Lord, and we're your family, and that you watch over us. And we thank you for the city of Paris, the Chamber of Commerce, the Lake Crook people, the Park and Recs that come out here and man, just provide us a great place to drag boat race. Paris, Texas, just a great place to have a drag boat race. We thank you for our vendors and our sponsors that pour into our sport and allow us to do it, Lord. And once again, Father, we thank you for another beautiful day. This water looks great, and I know that you're going to give us all the wisdom to stay hydrated and be safe in this heat that we're about to endure today. But, Father, we're able to do this because we're in a country that's free, and I'd ask that wherever our military is this morning, Lord, and you watch over them, you keep them safe, you protect them, you go ahead of them and keep them out of harm's way. And do the same for our first responders, Lord, and we thank you for that. But now, Father, it's time to go drag boat racing. And I have those three requests. Lord, we are looking for a loud day. Lord, we are looking for a fast day. But above all, Father, we're looking for that safe day. In Jesus' wonderful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Mike. Appreciate you. And now, if you would, please, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our rescue boats out here. Both of them have got flags flying right now. We're going to take just a quick moment and have our national anthem and take just a moment to honor our country and our flag. And I'm going to turn this over to the lovely Miss Jordan Cox for that.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Miss Jordan. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you guys. We're going to get started with some racing, and it is race time in Paris, Texas. Race number 4 of our 2023 season. We started out in Marble Falls. And then we moved and went to, where'd we go after that? San Angelo. Went to San Angelo, then we went to Waco. And now we're up here in beautiful Paris, Texas. One of our favorite venues coming up here. It's just, it's a long haul for all of us, but it's worth it. The community has just been absolutely amazing to us, and the people that come out to watch the races always seem to have a great time, and they always seem to be really helpful, friendly, and we appreciate that very much, and we're looking forward to putting on a good show for you. And then the next race, which will be our series finale, that'll be in San Angelo in September. And then, just announced, last race, big blowout at the end of the year in November, Lake Firebird at Wild Horse Pass in Chandler, Arizona. So much history on that course. So many races have happened there over the years, and we're super excited to be a part of that history. We're super excited to be able to get over there and put on a show there. And now we're getting ready to get started. We got personal watercraft in the water ready to go. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Racers, please make sure you are taking the back road to the in-ramp and out-ramp. First up, for personal watercraft, taking her by run, your number one qualifier, Lynn Blackburn, boat number 19. She calls the boat doing time 2. She's dialed in at a 10:38. Qualified yesterday for that number one qualifier spot with a 10:38 and 5. Hoping the boat's going to run the same number today. We'll see how that works out for them. Sponsored by High Gear Collision, Ron Hoover RV and Marine in Bernie, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Steffen MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards all helping out. All right, she dialed it in at a 10:38, ran a 10:57 and 1 for a 68 mile an hour pass, 4:72 for a reaction time. Lynn Blackburn taking her by run into round 2. I see Mom has her Hawaii shirt. Does he have his? That's the question. All right. There you go. Jacob Nodler always finds good luck from his Hawaiian shirt. Mom came down here right now. She's wearing hers, so they're trying double the luck. We'll see how that works out. Hopefully it's a good thing. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Modified Eliminator, stand by. I'm just waiting on some numbers. We get those, we'll get this next pair going down the lanes. In the meantime, don't forget, we've got a whole bunch of vendors set up back here in Vendor Row, right off of the water. If you're down here by the water, they're just right here on the road behind us. And we have, let's see, S Squared Culinary Delights is over there. Big Baron's Top End Grub is there. Gigi's is there. Let's see, Shiver Me Shavers is set up down there on the end. And then we've got some Texas-sized sirloin kebabs back here as well. And then another booth down on the very end I didn't get a chance to talk to because they weren't here yet when I was walking down there. But they've got just cold drinks, sodas, water, Rockstar, a bunch of other different things. All of the vendors will have drinks. And speaking of that, y'all already know this. I don't have to tell you, but we are expecting it to be plenty hot here in Paris, Texas today. I believe the last time I looked, forecast was like 105. Heat index, I'm sure, will be higher than that. So please do your best to make sure you're staying hydrated. Stay out of the sun and out of the heat as often as you can. Try to take little breaks and cool down whenever you get the opportunity. And let's try and keep everybody safe and not have any heat-related issues this weekend. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 422 is Tegan Finnegan. Calls the boat, what? They are sponsored by Smoke on the Water Boat Races, Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, and Tri-State Fleet Sales. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, little brothers, EJ and Dason, K-Ma, Matt and Allie Miller, JJ and Carly Jones, Josh and Katrina, Brother Mike, Trinity Racing Ministries, David Carroll. Tegan's dialed in at a 13.1 in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Boat number 762 is Delaney Head. She's driving for John Nodler. They call the boat Head Start. Dialed in at a 12.54. And Delaney Head going to earn herself a red light and too fast at the top end of the course. And the damage is done. Tegan Finnegan going to take the win, moving into the next round. Delaney Head almost 0.4 of a second too early. Tegan also broke out. She dialed in at a 13.10 and then ran at 12.95 and 3, but the red light had already done the work. Here's my next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 412K is Addison Lees. Calls the boat Fire Starter, dialed in at a 10 and 85. Sponsored by Elite Tow, D&B Docks, Just Ducky Charter out of Key Largo, Florida. Captain Kevin, Whiskey Watering Hole Music Series, the V-Team, Mama and Papa. Special thanks to Katie Reed for the tow vehicle. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. They call the boat Stretch. Thanks to David Carroll, Michael, and Lucy Branch for all their support this season. Colton's dialed in at a 12.8. When you guys are coming down the road to the in-ramp, make sure you're staying way over to the right so that there's room for traffic on the other side. Please stay to the right as you're going down the road to the in-ramp. Your winner for this run going to be in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Addison Lees takes the win with an 0.45 reaction time and a 10.97 and 2 on a 10.85 dial-in. Colton Byler, 1.09 seconds at the line. And that will not get it done almost any day of the week. He did run a 12.82 and 9 on a 12.8 dial-in, but that long reaction time had already done all of the damage, and Addison Lees will move to the next round. She'll have Lynn Blackburn in round 2 now. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Top Eliminator, stand by. All right, here's my next pair of personal watercraft in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 14, Canyon Parsley. Driving for Ken Jenkins, they call the boat Mad at the World. Special thanks to Mickey Jenkins for her jet ski and support. Thanks to Mom and Dad for all your love and encouragement. And in the Ozark right-hand lane, Ozark Home Center right-hand lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway. Calls the boat the Golden Child, sponsored by Family Power Sports, Petroplex Oilfield Services, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, MS Matthews, RV Repair Crew, Darling Ingredients, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, and Papa A. Special thanks to Wayman Pitchford Incorporated as well. Raven dialed in at a 10:37. Canyon Parsley dialed in at a 14:05. And your winner's going to be in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Canyon Parsley going to take the win. They had almost identical reaction times. But Raven was off his number by 0.3 of a second and just not quite able to get there in time. And Canyon Parsley dialed in at a 14:05 and ran a 14:05 and 3. Absolutely solid on that dial in. Just a really great job there. And Canyon Parsley will move to the next round. So in round 2, Canyon Parsley will now run against Tegan Finnegan, and Addison Lees and Lynn Blackburn will square off to see who goes to the semifinal. On this side of the ladder, I now have in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 230 is Cameron Bryant. Calls that boat Flossin. Dialed in at a 13 flat. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 577 is Bella Genesek. This young lady also drives a junior dragster, sponsored by JP&E, RESP, Trinity Racing Ministries. They call the boat Wackadoodle, and she's dialed in at a 13.2. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. Bella Genesek takes the win. Cameron Bryant turns it red by 0.2 of a second. And Bella Genesek will get the win. 3:34 for reaction time, ran a 13:22 and 3 on a 13.2 dial-in. They've got that little boat figured out. So Bella Genesek will move to the next round. So this side of the ladder is the short side, and we'll have one more run on this side of the ladder in round 2, but then whoever is on that side will end up with a bye run all the way into the final, which is a pretty good place to find yourself. In the Hobbs, excuse me. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 357 is Jacob Nodler. Calls the boat Long Time Coming, thanks to Mom and Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Chris Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, GNC Machine, and everyone else who's helped him along the way, dedicating this season to his uncle, Tall Paul Bischoff. He's dialed in at a 12.75. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. Calls that boat Not Quite Miller Time. Sponsored by Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, the Circle of Trust, Tri-State Fleet Sales and Service. And your winner is going to be Radley Miller. Jacob Nodler jumped just a hair early and turned it red by 48 thousandths of a second. And Radley Miller will take the win. Laid out the opposite direction of pretty much every other race we've had so far this season. And that's because there's not a lot of shutdown area toward the dam over there. But so we're headed the other way to make sure these guys have plenty of room to get shut down once they finish their run. But so it throws us for a loop up here in the tower. We get a little confused because everybody's going the wrong way. But either way, down there you see the little SDBA canopy sitting in the middle of the water. That is our starting official hanging out up there. Mr. Gary Gray. And he'll hang out there all day with all those racers. His job is to get everybody squared away on the line, get them on the holding rope. We do have a big, long rope out there that the boats hold on to, or the drivers hold on to help keep the boats straight and keep them in position before they get started. It's probably one of the biggest differences between us and drag racing on land, and that is just because the water is moving and there's no way to keep the boat sitting still without holding it in place. And so they'll have that holding rope to hold on to while they're waiting for their opportunity to run. Then right out in front of them, you see that little barge sitting out in the middle of the race course. That is our tree, and it works pretty much the same as the tree does in any other drag race, with one major difference. But once the starter calls for the lights and both drivers are ready to go, he'll call for lights and we'll push the magic button up here in the tower. And once we do that, you will get the drivers will get a 25-second flashing yellow light. That yellow light will flash for 25 seconds, and then it'll go solid for 5. So during that 25 seconds, it lets everyone know that the course is live and we're about ready to run a race. Lets the drivers know, hey, here we go, let's get ready, get settled in. And then they get the solid. Once they get the solid, the motors need to be running. They need to be settled down and ready to go in the seats. And I'll tell you about the rest of it in just a minute. But first, let me tell you who's up there. Good morning, sir. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 105. That is Justin Schmidt. He's doing the driving for Robert Lees today in a boat they call Wildfire. That is a watercraft powered by Ford, sponsored by Kager Soil Service, Red Sox Bar and Grill, Sales Midwest, Elite Tow, and Lake Relo. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 45 is Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas. They call the boat Hydro Hysteria. Jason Brandt comes in your number 8 qualifier. Justin Schmidt, number 3. 5.2 seconds is the index. Here we go. So Jason Brandt and his team had struggles yesterday. They were hoping they had that figured out, and clearly they still do not. And that is tough luck for them. That is not the outcome they were looking for. So your winner is Justin Schmidt, 0.3 of a second for reaction time, ran a 5:36 and 3 on a 5.2 index. 178 mile an hour pass. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 45. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 45. Back to the in-ramp. All right. So our next pair for Pro Outlaw in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad. They call the boat Wild Thing. Out of Odessa, Texas. It's a Texas outrigger powered by a Hemi, a couple of turbos strapped on back there. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, AAA RV, Pam and Ken's Cool Cars, and special thanks to Ronnie, JR, and Holly. And these guys had issues yesterday. They worked hard on it all afternoon yesterday and all morning trying to get that boat up and running and ready to go. And they actually, when I talked to them earlier, they said they didn't know for sure if they were going to make it out for first round or not, but it looks like they managed to get it done. And I will tell you right now, you will not find a more hard-working group of people than the crews that work on these boats out here. They just keep plugging away until they get it figured out. If there's anything that they can do to save it, they're going to do everything they can to save it. And this is a prime example of that. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 765 is Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. Gus Ward was the winner of the Pro Outlaw Shootout that we had here yesterday, going home with an extra $7,000 in his pocket over that deal. They call the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Gus Ward comes in as your number 2 qualifier. Rick Blethroad, like I said, never, I don't know if they did make one pass yesterday. And then on round 2, they had issues. But they came in as the number 9 qualifier. All right, so there, Emily just came up and let me know she is going to do a 50-50 drawing today. You can get your tickets at the SDBA merchandise trailer. So when you go up there to get your official event shirt, you can pick up your 50-50 raffle tickets. She has 100 tickets for sale, $20 a piece. And I'll tell you more about that in just a moment. But right now, Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing in the left lane. Gus Ward, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot in the right. Watch those capsules. Once they close, it's go time. Gus Ward turns it red by 0.005 of a second, and your winner is going to be Rick Blethroad in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. He ran a 5:26 and 5 on a 5.2 index for 176 mile an hour pass with an 0.80 reaction time. And considering the struggles from yesterday and how hard they worked to make it back, that is absolutely a monumental run for Rick Blethroad and his team, and a great job. Tough luck for Gus Ward. Nobody wants to go out beating themselves. That is for sure. But their day will be done. He ran a 5:22 and 4 for 173 mile an hour pass, but that 0.005 of a second too early did the damage, and Rick Blethroad will move to the next round. Okay, back to that raffle real quick. Be a 50-50 drawing, rather, not a raffle. 50-50 drawing. There are 100 tickets at $20 a piece, which means a total of about $2,000. So if we can sell all 100 tickets, which is our goal, and we've been lucky enough to do that the last couple of races, the winner will win $1,000. The other $1,000 will be going to help the volunteers that are out here helping us on the race course this weekend, at the in-ramp, at the out-ramp, also helping to pick up trash and police the area and make sure that everything is clean and nice for everybody. So we're trying to raise that money to help sort of give them a donation to help them out for the work that they're doing out here this weekend. So if you got an extra $20 in your pocket, go see Emily. Pick yourself up a ticket. You never know. You might turn that 20 into 1,000. Here comes our next pair. Cody Childress, my goodness. This guy had issues yesterday too. They lost a prop, actually ended up putting a hole in the boat on the very last pass of the day. But they actually were able to get that going again, and they're back out on the water. And that, like I said, there's never been a more hard-working group of people than some of these race crews. They are just constantly on it. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Cody Childress, boat number 077. They call the boat Bad Influence, out of Nemo, Texas. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to his wife, Kendra, the kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, and thanks to Mama Judy. Cody Childress was your runner-up yesterday in the Pro Outlaw Shootout. That's where he lost the prop and then comes in as the number 4 qualifier for eliminations today in the Ozark Home Center. Right lane, boat number 947 is Justin Schmidt. Jeremy Schmidt, excuse me. Jeremy, we got 2 Schmidts in this class, and it got me. Jeremy Schmidt calls the boat No Excuses. Sponsored by Dave Schmidt Trucking, or Dave Schmidt Truck Service, rather. Erlinger Crane Service, Schmidt Lawn Care. Jeremy coming in as your number 7 qualifier. 5.2 seconds is the index. Cody Childress, Bad Influence on the left. Jeremy Schmidt, No Excuses on the right. There's 5 seconds left on the countdown. Watch those capsules. Here we go. Cody Childress going to take the win. 0.72 for a reaction time and a 5:28.3 for 172 mile an hour pass. Jeremy Schmidt 0.92 for a reaction time and a 5:49, just not enough at the top end of the course. And Cody Childress will move to the next round where Justin Schmidt will be waiting for him. All right, so I did get the answer. The raffle or the 50-50 drawing will be cash only, so $20 cash only, please. And you can buy those tickets at the SDBA merchandise trailer right back here behind us, right smack dab in the middle of Vendor Row. Here's your next pair for Pro Outlaw in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 082. That is Mr. Tim Ortiz. They call the boat Empty Pockets. He's doing the driving for Pat Kinsey. Pat standing right down here watching, ready to see how this is going to go. It's a Bullet with a Hemi. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Maximo Racing Oil, Lone Star Fiberglass. Special thanks to Brittany, Doug, Archie, Gage, Cash, and Cody for all the help. And a big thanks to Rhonda for continuing to let us race. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lampar. Calls the boat Anger Management out of Comfort, Texas. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Penny Walkenhorst, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry for their help. Greg Lampar comes in as the number 10 qualifier. Tim Ortiz finished the day yesterday as the number 1 qualifier. Perfect. So they're telling me that the blackjack table is open for business. Right back here behind us. Choctaw Casino Grant. They're here. They're set up right behind us. They've got free swag, and then you can try your luck at the blackjack table. If you're dealt a blackjack, you get entered into a drawing to win $25 in table game chips. Choctaw Casino Grant, located right behind me, in between the tower and Vendor Row right here. Also one of our local area sponsors for this weekend, and we appreciate them very much. So I will try to finish telling you about the course. If they call for the lights between now and then, I'll have to redirect myself. But back to the tree. So 25-second flashing light, and then it'll go solid for 5. When it goes solid for 5, driver should have the motor started, should be geared up, ready to go. Everything's ready. Get settled down in the seat. Get a good bite on that leather. And be ready to go. And then at the end of that 5-second solid light, there will be a countdown that shows up, one for each lane on the other side of the tree. The drivers can see it, we cannot. And it'll count down from 9 to 0 in half-second increments. They need to know what number they need to leave on in order to be able to be at the trap right there in front of that tower at the green light. Get there too early, you earn yourself a red light. Get there too late, you probably got a trip back to your trailer. There's 5 seconds on the countdown. Tim Ortiz, empty pockets in the left lane. Greg Lempar, anger management in the right. Here we go. The chutes come out, and Jeremy will ride that out to a slow stop and get back to the trailer. Not sure what happened with Tim Ortiz. Boat didn't start. So we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 082 back to the in-ramp. Tough luck for that team. Came in as number 1 qualifier. That is not the day they were looking for. But unfortunately, sometimes that's just how it goes. Greg Lempar, on a 291 reaction time, ran a 5:08 and 3 on a 5.2 index and broke out by 11 hundredths of a second for a 184 mile an hour pass, which, by the way, is why he ended up in the number 10 qualifying spot yesterday. He qualified with a 496 rather. So that boat is running hard, and they'll need to pay attention to that moving forward. However, the good news about that win is that he now has a bye run essentially all the way into the final. Nope, he'll have a semifinal run, but he has a bye run into the semifinal. And then he'll have to run against the winner of Cody Childress and Justin Schmidt. Truck and trailer for boat number 082 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 082 back to the in-ramp. The yellow buoys out here is half track, and it's still half track based on a 1320 course, or a 1,320 foot course, which would be a full quarter mile. But we do not run a 1320 anymore. Everything we do now is at 1,000 foot. We did that for safety reasons. As the boats kept getting faster and faster, we had to figure out a way to try and keep people safe, and so taking that extra 300 feet off the end of the course made a difference, and so that was the reasoning for shortening the course to 1,000 foot. But that half track marker is still at 660 feet, so that is our half track, and that is the finish line when we get to ProJet later on. They only run to 660. The blue buoys right here is 875, and if we had Top Alcohol here today, that would be their finish line for the Top Fuel Hydros, rather, Top Fuel. And then the red buoys is our 1,000 foot finish line. If everything else goes right, first person to break the beam on that end is your winner. But there's a lot of variables that can play with that. So right now, we've got Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior in the left lane. Don Gordy, Miss Maryland 2.0 in the right lane. Here we go. Bill Wire going to take the win in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Don Gordy turned it red by 800ths of a second and then was too fast at the top end as well. Ran a 5:19 and 5 on a 5.2 index. Bill Wire 0.21 for a reaction time, ran a 5:31 and 5 and 172.4 mile per hour pass. Modified Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, warm them up, get ready. Quick Eliminator, stand by. All right, so that does it for round one, Pro Outlaw.
Troops, it's your old pal Jared coming at you from the tower here in beautiful Paris, Texas. SDBA Racing at the 2023 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. This guy next to me, you may not recognize his face, but you sure know his voice. It's Mike Starr, the voice of the SDBA and the voice of Racer H2O's live stream. Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
Paris, it's a great day. It's going to be hot, but man, we got a big lineup of racing going on.
Absolutely. 80 boats on the field. We've got beautiful water conditions this morning. We're just waiting for the opportunity to get boats on the water. And we're expecting a great day of racing. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
You know, we were talking yesterday about how many races you announced for other clubs and then, of course, the SDBA. How do you keep your voice going all day long? I mean, these 2-day events, 3-day events, I know are murder, but I mean, is there some hot tea? You got a hot toddy back there? You got some little vocal lubricant? What do you got?
I just try to keep them moist as often as I can. Drink a lot of water. Every once in a while, throw a soda in there. It gives me a little coating. I don't know. It's probably not the right way to do it, but that's what's been working for me.
I know you're a Western guy, so us going back to Chandler's got to be exciting for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, Firebird is such an amazing venue, and I'm certainly so much history there and so much just amazing stuff that happens there. And it's just a great place to watch a boat race. If you have the opportunity to go, you really need to do it.
And if you can't make it, make sure you watch the live stream on rmgsports.net. Racer H2O is live every pass of every class for the SDBA. This is Mike Starr. We're going to let him get back to work here. Mike, thank you so much for your time, and have a great day today.
You're welcome. Thanks. We'll see ya.
Right. Moving into Stock Eliminator now. So Stock Eliminator, a few years ago, we combined River Racer and Stock Eliminator and made the whole thing into a dial-in class. So these guys are going to come up. They're going to tell us what they think the boat will run. The only sort of limitation there is that 9 seconds is the fastest they can dial in. If they want to run faster than 9, they need to be able to figure out how to move into Modified Eliminator and run on an 8. Here comes our first pair for Stock Eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 924. That's going to be Tanner Higdon out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Special thanks to Brandon Stanford at Stanford Innovations. They call the boat Beautiful Disaster, and he's dialed in at a 9.5. Comes in as the number 12 qualifier. In the Ozark Home Center right-hand lane, boat number 126 is John Boyd, your number 2 qualifier with a 971. They call that boat Sunday Special. And he's dialed in a little slower today with a 969. Let's see how that works. And your winner is going to be in the right lane, John Boyd, and Sunday Special going to take the win. Tanner Higdon, a little over 0.8 of a second for a reaction time, and then a too slow 10-10 on a 9.5 dial-in. Just not enough at either end of the course. So we'll see if he decides to come back for that second chance. John Boyd on the other side, 285 for a reaction time, and then ran a 983 and 2 on a 969 dial-in. and he will move to the next round. All right, so I got the official word. Everybody up to quick eliminator will be eligible for the second chance buyback. Quick eliminator and slower will be eligible for the second chance buyback. Oops, I meant to hit her. So again, just a reminder, I know I probably don't need to remind you, but please remember that it is hot today and the heat index is even worse, and so please do your best to try to stay cool, stay out of the sun if possible. Take breaks and cool down if you can't be out of the sun, and please make sure that you're drinking plenty of water and staying well hydrated. Here comes our next pair for stock eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 222, and that is JT Mooney out of Marion, Texas. Calls the boat Deuces Wild. Sponsored by Jeanette Mooney. The crew chief is Brian Mooney, and the support team is Tony Henrik and Kevin Fleisch. They're dialed in at a 12.08, or excuse me, a 9 flat rather. He was your number 13 qualifier with a 12.08. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is Miss Megan Ratliff. Capital Punishment, the name of that boat, boat number 169. She is your number 1 qualifier from yesterday. She pulled that out of her hat in the 3rd round and jumped up, I don't remember, but it was like 7 or 8 spots. Ran a 9.002 on a 9-second dial-in for the number 1 qualifying spot. Thanks to Mom and Dad for all the support. Fight Like a Girl Racing. Megan Ratliff also volunteers her time driving one of the tow jet skis, pulling boats back and forth to the lanes when she's not racing. And we appreciate her putting in that extra time and doing that for us and still taking time to be able to race. That little outboard can straight run now, and it's usually, you'll see it do almost a complete stand-up wheelie right when she first launches. But man, once it sets down, it is absolutely beautiful to watch that boat run. JT Mooney, Deuces Wild in the left lane. Megan Ratliff, Capital Punishment in the right. There's 6 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. JT Mooney having troubles. Rescue will go over there and check on him. We got a jet ski headed that way as well. Your winner going to be Megan Ratliff. In the right lane, JT Mooney actually was off the line early and turned it red by almost 0.14 of a second as well. And then the boat just shut off right there at about a quarter track or so. So they'll get him hooked up and checked out. Megan Ratliff, 5:62 for a reaction time, ran a 9:91.3, but she slowed down there toward the end. I think she realized that JT was not there with her and just decided to sort of back out of it and take a slow cruise. But your number one qualifier moving into round 2. Tough luck for JT Mooney. I'm not sure what happened there, obviously, but hopefully nothing major and something that they can tweak, and maybe we'll even see him come back around for the second chance buyback. Haven't yet had an opportunity to talk about our rescue folks out there, but you see we got the 2 boats. They are aptly named Rescue 1 and Rescue 2. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, stand by. So Rescue 1, Rescue 2, I'll introduce you to those crews. I'll try and do that right now. Let's see. They're going to call me on numbers of boats here in just a second. Yep. I'll introduce you to them in just a minute. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes right left lane is boat number 007X. That is Bailey Schmidt. Your number 3 qualifier. They call the boat Silver Bullet. She's dialed in at a 1088. Sponsored by Winners Electric, Waterboys, Propane Depot, Swenson Knives. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors, crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all the awesome photographers, and the Snyder family for all of their help. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 05 is Bart Giles. Calls the boat Your Mom out of Del Rio, Texas. Dialed in at a 12.4. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine in Del Rio, Diablo Boat Storage in Del Rio, Blue Line Drilling in San Angelo, Thompson Tire in Del Rio, Holscher Farms in San Angelo, Your Mom Roofing. The crew is Bink Giles and Dylan Thompson. Special thanks to the Wound Too Tight and Bad Influence teams for all their help. So Bart Giles dumps a little early and turns it red by 0.13 of a second, and his day is done. Bailey Schmidt going to be your winner. In the left lane in the Silver Bullet, 5:22 for reaction time and ran a 10:97.3 on a 10:88 dial-in. Here's my next pair for stock eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 0420. That is Arthur Eimel. Calls the boat Wet Dream. Dialed in at a 9 flat. Sponsored by Creek Lake Tire and Auto, Average Joe Coffee, Vincent's Auto, Biggs 3OS, Rowdy Tees, and the crew, the Smith family and Gary Z. In the Ozark family, in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 746 is Blackie Bame. Blackie's Magic, the name of that boat, out of Rio Medina, Texas. Blackie Bame going to be your winner. Moving to the next round from the right lane, dialed in at a 10.4 and a 10.56 and 5. Arthur Eimel 8:74 for a reaction time, and then ran a 2 slow 9:87 on a 9-second dial-in, and just was not able to get there in time to get past Blackie. And Blackie Bame will take the run. He'll face off against Bailey Schmidt in the next round. So drivers, remember that if you are eliminated in round 1 and you would like another opportunity, we are going to do a second chance. That'll be everybody up to and including quick eliminator. And we will be calling you guys back around in just a little while for your first round for second chance. So stand by. $25 is what it'll cost you to buy back in. They do ask that you please pay cash, as they will not have any other mechanism of payment down there. And then a 70-30 split between first and second place at the end of the day. So the more folks that buy back in, the higher that purse will be. Here's their next pair. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 116 is Brandon Lampar. Calls the boat, let's go, Brandon. Dialed in at 11.3. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Driving for Al Kirshner, they call the boat Plum Crazy. Sponsored by Bodie and Shelley Blackstock, and he's dialed in at a 9 flat. Rodney Blackstock going to take the win in the right lane. 3:61 for a reaction time and ran at 9:108 on a 9-second dial-in. Brandon Lampar actually got across the line first, but he broke out. He dialed in at 11.3, ran at 11.19, and broke out by just over a tenth of a second. And that'll do the deed. And Rodney Blackstock will be happy to take that win and move into the next round. He'll have John Boyd in round 2. Here's your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 0657 is Garrick Snyder. Doing the driving for Mickey Snyder in the Young Gun Machine. Sponsored by Craig and Susie Coleman, Wally and Sandy Meeks. Lone Star Ranch, RL and Gail Haas. Daniel Konitsny. Tito's Vodka, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Damon Decker 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Regan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Postal Annex, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, Gore Fuel Injection Systems, 3D Landscaping, Duffin Machine Shop, and thanks to the family and crew He's dialed in at a 9:43. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 064 is Bruno Knop. Checkered past out of Lavernia, Texas. Dialed in at a 9 flat. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Holscher Farms, Rowdy Tees, and thanks to the wife Courtney and his daughter Charlie. Your winner is going to be in the Ozark Home Center right lane, Bruno Knop, triple zeros for a reaction time and a 9:019. Garrick Snyder turned it red by 0.06 of a second and then ran a 9.505 on a 9:43. Bruno Knop with a perfect 000 reaction time runs a 9:01.9 and gets across the line 48 thousandths of a second faster and will take the win moving into the next round. Looking to see if he can pull it off again, and how many will that be now? I don't know, 4 or 5 in a row, I believe. A solid program and a solid crew and a solid driver, to be quite honest. Starter called for the lights. Got that flash in yellow for 25 seconds. And then he'll get the solid yellow for 5 and the countdown. Well, there you go. So it won't hurt him on a buy run, but he turned it red by 19 thousandths of a second and then ran an 8:02.4 to take his buy run into round 2. Your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 056 is Scott C. Calls the boat 3 in the pink. Comes in as your number 8 qualifier. Sponsored by DMB Docks Incorporated, High Tech Performance, Elite Tow Service, Evil Twin Racing, Miller Time Racing, and special thanks to Jimmy and Kim Vandendale. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 1111 is Steve Walls. Happy Hour, the name of the boat, out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking. Steve Wall's going to get him on a hole shot, 0.35 for a reaction time. He ran an 8:104 and got across the line 15 hundredths of a second earlier, and he'll be the winner in the right-hand lane. Scott C., 2:34 for a reaction time, so 0.2 of a second slower coming off the line. Ran a faster 8:05.5. But the difference at the reaction time made the difference, if you will, for the race. Hey, listen up. I have some winners for the $25 of table game chips from Choctaw Casino Grant. Alex Smith, Shannon Crane, Frankie Alexander, Wanda Hensley, and Zane Dockery. You folks have won And you have $25 worth of table game chips waiting for you back here. So, sorry, Liz, your name was not on this paper. Next time. So if I called your name right now, go ahead and head over here to the Choctaw Casino booth back here behind us and claim your winnings. Alex Smith, Shannon Crane, Frankie Alexander, Wanda Hensley, and Zane Dockery. Here comes our next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson, all the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico, in a boat he calls Collusion. Sponsored by Dale Nichols Marble in Weatherford, Unrivaled Diesel in Weatherford, Double Dog Dare Fine Arts in Los Alamos, Mike and Shelly Nichols, Josh and Bailey Anderson, Johnny, Jonna, Rachel, and the rest of the crew. In the Ozark Home Center right-hand lane, boat number 022 is Gavin Snyder. Big Iron, the name of that boat. Dusty Peterson turns it red by 35 thousandths, and Gavin Snyder will be your winner. 151 for a reaction time and an 8:09 and 7 for the pass. And tough luck for Dusty. We'll see if he doesn't come back for the second chance. And another pair now for modified eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 267 is Tyler Boehm, playing hooky, the name of the boat, out of Rio Medina, Texas. Huge thanks to all my sponsors and crew, Tim and Cheryl Walton, Shane Phillips, Danny Kirkpatrick, Walton Construction, Precision Compression Services, American Paradise Ranch, Snyder Motorsports, Gary Boehm Farms, Trinity Racing Ministries, Texas Car Barn, Custom Powder Coating, Mom and Dad, Samantha and kids, the entire SDBA for all that you do, and God above for the very many blessings. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker out of Buckholz, Texas. Your number 2 qualifier calls the boat in too deep. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Shauna Kinsey, Charles Boat Docks, Danny and Christine Springer, Looking Pretty Decals, and a big thank you to his wife and kids for all their help and support. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, warm up, get ready. Personal Watercraft, stand by for round 2. Tyler Boehm playing hooky in the left lane. Andrew Decker in too deep in the right. Here we go. And your winner's going to be in the right lane. Andrew Decker takes the win, 0.26 for a reaction timer and an 8.05 on an 8-second index, 94-mile-an-hour pass, and gets across the line just a little over 0.2 of a second faster. Tyler Boehm, that's a brand new program. They've been kind of struggling with it this year, trying to get everything dialed in and figured out. And it looks like they're pretty darn close at this point. Ran an 8:25 and 2. Here's my next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 769S is Michael Ratliff. Calls the boat Det Row. Sponsored by Counts Electric, Service Title Company, RT Marine. He's your number 6 qualifier. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Driving for Randy McDonald. They call the boat High Voltage. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz Marine, George Olson, Dad, Melanie, and my wife Caitlin. 3K Construction helping out as well. Lane McDonald in the right lane. Michael Ratliff in the outboard he calls Det Row in the left lane. 8 seconds is the index. Lane McDonald got antsy and turned it red, and Michael Ratliff is going to be your winner in the left lane. 8:01 on an 8-second index for a 100-mile-an-hour pass. And Michael Ratliff will move to the next round. All right, so there we go. Modified Eliminator is done. And for round 2, Jesse James Jr. and Michael Ratliff will square off. Steve Walls will have a bye into the semifinal. Andrew Decker and Gavin Schneider will square off. And the winner of that will have a bye into the final. So we'll see how that plays out. Pro Modified. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod. Need your boats. Pro Modified. We need your boats at the in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. Top Eliminator. On a bye run, your number 1 qualifier is George Olson. Money well wasted at Galveston, Texas. He turned it red by 161 and ran a 7:08 for a 110-mile-an-hour pass on a 7-second index. Get that red light out of your system on the bye run. Next up, we got a pair of top eliminators on a 7-second index. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 050. That is Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas. Calls the boat Mama's Diamond. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. And in the Ozark Home Center right-hand lane, boat number 405. It's Miller time. That's Matt Miller. Got his whole crew over there out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, TriStar Fleet Sales and Service. Special thanks to his wife Allie, Radley, and Hazel, his crew, Robert, Uncle E, Josh. Shout out to Brother Mike and his wife Kathy. Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, SDBA, and their Nothing But Class crew. Matt Miller, the number 2 qualifier, with a 7:04 yesterday. Here we go. Matt Miller going to take the win, 2:14 for a reaction time and a 7:24.9. But I think he knew that Bob was coming slow, so he just didn't push all the way through. 7:24.9. Still got across the line 1.2 seconds faster. And Matt Miller will take the win, which will now give him a bye into the final. Next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 622 is Cody Bryant. Riding on Rails out of Prattsville, Arkansas. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 565 is Tom Wingo. Nasty Habit 2, the name of the boat. Sponsored by Aquatic Balance Pool Service, Infamous Brewery, RB Props, Robin Banks, Dements Landscaping, Tommy Thompson Motorsports. Big thanks to Bill Diaz, Bob York, Andy Dement, the Brady family, and the good Lord above. Tom Wingo comes in as the number 3 qualifier with a 7:33.9. Starter called for the lights. There's 20 seconds to go. Cody Bryant riding on rails in the left lane. That little outboard looks purty running down the lanes out of Prattsville, Arkansas. Tom Wingo, Nasty Habit 2 in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Here they come. And your winner, going to be Cody Bryant riding on rails. Almost 0.8 of a second for a reaction time, and you heard him kind of slow down at about 3/4 track. Crossed the line in 10:18. Not sure what happened with Tom Wingo. It looks like the boat's starting. Pro Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. So we'll have George Olson and Cody Bryant for the semifinal round. And on the other side of the ladder, Matt Miller now has a bye run all the way into the final. So he'll have to wait just a while to figure out who he will be paired up against. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Personal watercraft, warm up and get ready. Stock Eliminators, stand by. All right, here we go. Quick Eliminator now, running on a 6-second index. And our first pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 392. Jason Goddard calls that boat Texas Red out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Don Wild Racecraft, Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. Special thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall, the family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, and Bruce and Stella Hodges. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 915 is Jerry Branham. He's doing the drive-in for Richard Wild. Back in the day, the name of the boat out of Tyler, Texas. It's a Cheyenne powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Pumps by Chop, GNS Marine, Eagle Motorsports, Guyhan Motorsports, and special thanks to Steve Welch, Chris Russell, Jimmy Kemp, Jesse James, and the gang. Starter called for the lights. 6 seconds now, the index. Jason Gothard comes in the number 5 qualifier. Jerry Branham, number 4. Jerry Branham is going to turn it red by 8 thousandths of a second, and Jason Gothard going to take the win in the left lane. He ran a 6:17 at 143.5 miles an hour with a 167 reaction time, and Jason Gothard will be in the semifinal round. We'll see if Jerry Branham bring that around for the second chance here in a little while. He had a nice run, otherwise ran a 6:04 and 3. Just got that much too early. 8 thousandths of a second, and the damage is done. So Jason Gothard will move to the semifinal round. Rick Martin will be there as well. He's taking his bye run right now into that next round. He's in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 505. They call it in the red. Number 1 qualifier yesterday with a 6:01 and 6, sponsored by Phil's Automotive, Brutal Off-Road, Justin Teach Construction, Mitchco Foundation, and wants to thank all of our sponsors, crew, SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all of the awesome photographers, and the Snyder family. Could not do it without their help. Rick Martin, little early, 62 thousandths of a second, but ran a very nice 6:03 and 9 at the top end of the course, 144.6 mile an hour. And he will move to the next round where he'll have Jason Gothard. Your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 427 is Mike King. Out of Coweta, Oklahoma, calls the boat King's Side Piece. Happy 14th birthday this weekend to his granddaughter Caitlin. Sponsored by McKinney's Modern Dining and Toast, Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Turbine Inspection, Harper Land and Cattle, Kane's Overhead Door, Huffman Performance, Brandy's Sassy Style, Bent Creek Dozer Service. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, Huffman Performance, the grandchildren, his lovely wife Anissa, and friends and family. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 465, Mr. Chad Coopit out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. We just had a wedding last night. These guys got married. Congratulations. Right here at the race. Sponsored by Outlaw Bow Races, Allen Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Jet Aquatics Incorporated. Two Guys Marine, Lucky Dog River Floats, and Cabin Rentals all helping to sponsor them. Chad comes in your number 3 qualifier with a 6:04. That's how tight this class was. Both drivers looking for a trip to the semifinal round, but only one of them's going to get to go. Here in about 10 seconds, we'll find out who that is. With a 6:006 on a 149 reaction time, Chad Coopit going to take the win and move into the next round. Wow. 146 mile an hour pass. Mike King had a great run on the other side as well. These guys, I'm telling you, this whole quick eliminator class is just rock solid. Mike King with a 152 reaction time, ran a 6:01 and 1. But Chad Coopet gets across the finish line 0.08 of a second faster and will take the win moving into the next round. And this brings our last pair of quick eliminators in the Ma Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 910 is Larry Flores. Las Cruces, New Mexico is where he calls home. Boat's called Hydro Climatic. Special thanks to his wife, Kim, Tom Garcia, the shop crew, Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction, and the SDBA for always putting on great venues. And last but not least, the good Lord above for all the help. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Through the fire, your number 2 qualifier. Welcoming Dwayne and Shelly, Tom and Linda, sending love to his wife, Mickey. Thanks for letting him come out and play this weekend. The winner of this race will have Chad Coopet waiting for him in the next round. Golly. Had a double red light. Larry Flores out just a hair earlier, and Ken Jenkins will be your winner. Ran a 6:03, had almost identical runs. Ken Jenkins with an 0:34 red light. Larry Flores with an 0:73 red light. Ken Jenkins ran a 6:03 and 9 at 145 miles an hour. Larry Flores ran a 6:04 and 7 at 146 miles an hour. Almost identical runs. Larry Flores actually crossed the line 0.03 of a second faster, but his red light was earlier, and Ken Jenkins will take the win. He'll have Chad Coopet in the next round. Ricky Martin will have Jason Goddard. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats back on the line for second round, please. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your second round. Stock Eliminator warm-up, get ready. Second chance, you guys will be up after that. If you were eliminated in round 1, everything up to quick eliminator. If you were eliminated in round 1 and you want to come back and try for the second chance, you are more than welcome to do so. We will call you guys in just a couple of runs, rather. Here we go, Pro Modified. Your number 1 qualifier taking a bye run. It's Brody Martin. Calls the boat the Reaper. Boat number 420S. Sponsored by Bent Plumbing, Newman Water Services, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, J.C. Jones Enterprises. Want to thank all of our sponsors, the crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all the awesome photographers, and the Snyder family. That boat looked like it wanted to set just a little bit to the right. Took him just a second to sort of figure that thing out, but he got it done. Ran a 5.707 for 157 mile an hour pass. Turned it red by just over 0.07 of a second. Luckily on a bye run, but get that out of your system now because you won't be able to do it next round. So Personal Watercraft should be headed to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. And then Second Chance, you guys will be up right after that. Pro Modified, running on a 5.6 second index. I see Mallory Carroll out there. Oh, there he is, Robin Reed.
What's up, troops? Joel Powell Jared coming at you from Paris, Texas, SDBA's running of the 2023 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. Walking around the pits, and lo and behold, who do I run into? Driver of the Honey Badger, Robert Ledbetter. Robert, wow, it's a little late, but welcome to Paris. It was a pretty good day for you yesterday, wasn't it?
It was a little warm. Got number one qualifier. My reaction time at the tree was not in our favor, but it's always great. Glad to see you guys here. I'm glad to see you on property.
Hey, we're back,
Racer H2O. Appreciate all you guys out there watching, supporting us. We got another great day of racing here. Elimination's going to start here shortly. We're going to go back to the pit, tweak on the old Honey Badger, see what we can put up today. So
This guy's trying to do my job for me. We'll let him go, though. So tell me, man. Tell me, fans sitting at home, they're nice air-conditioned houses,
Yep.
loving the racing we've got going on here. You fellas got to get those fire suits on and climb into the cockpit and make it happen. What's it like climbing into the boat in 110-degree heat here in Texas?
I tell you, the favorite thing for me to realize when it gets real hot, you're drenched in sweat, but when you put that helmet on, it gets a little stinky in that old helmet. The sweat lines are on the hats, and you get that helmet on, you're doing all you can just to stay cool. But once you get on that rope and that boat fires up, everything goes away. We're in our office, and that's our happy place. So.
But we're going to let old Robert get to the office. That is the Honey Badger 2023 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix SDBA racing here, fans. Don't miss a second of the action here at RMG Sports. Thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing. Let's see if this number one qualifier can get at the top of the chart at the end of the day.
Stay tuned. It's going to be a hot, fast day here, the fastest show on water with the SDBA.
Getting pretty close to lunchtime. If you're thinking maybe you're hungry, you probably are. And we got lots of food options back here on Vendor Row. And in no particular order necessarily, but we've got S Cubed Savory Delights. They're set up back over here. They've got street tacos, carnitas, and seasoned chicken. They've got barbecue pulled pork sliders, a stuffed waffle Monte Cristo, ham, turkey, Swiss cheese served with a raspberry jam sauce for dipping. Like, I don't know, but that just sounds amazing. I'll tell you about the rest of them here in just a minute because we got several others back there. But I got boats about to run. Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy in the left lane. Robin Reed, wound too tight in the right lane. Here we go. Well, I can promise you that is not the day Robin Reed and his team were looking for. I don't think I ever heard the boat start. I'm not sure exactly what happened down there, but hopefully something super simple, quick, and easy to fix, although it's a little late when you're out in the first round. Tough luck for those guys. Mallory Carroll will be moving to the next round with a 5.608 on a 5.6 index, 162.5 mile an hour pass, and a 131 reaction time. So it'll be Brody Martin and Mallory Carroll for the next round. I did not. Need truck and trailer for 927. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 927. Back to the in-ramp, please. Here comes your last pair for Pro Mod. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. That boat is a Texas outrigger powered by Hemi, and they call the boat All or Nothing. Sponsored by Genesek Performance and Equipment, TSI Transportation Service Incorporated, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, David Kirkland Racing, the crew, Jay, Howie, David, Logan, Chloe, and Bella. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 716 out of Defiance, Missouri, is Sean Reed. That boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. He calls it Top Secret. Comes in as the number 2 qualifier. The crew is Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, Andrea Reed, and Keegan. Winner of this run will have a bye all the way into the final. So some big stakes on this side of the ladder. Stock Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Second chance, warm up and get ready. If you're going to come back and do second chance, get ready. That is everybody up to and including Quick Eliminator that was eliminated in the first round. If you want to try again, get ready, and we will bring you back shortly. $25 to buy you back in. Cash only, please, at the in-ramp. You will pay your money. And then obviously the purse will depend on how many boats come back, but it'll be a 70-30 split for the winner and second place. Okay, back to food vendors real quick. We also have Big Baron's Top End Grub back here. They've got barbecue sandwiches, loaded mac and cheese, and loaded nachos. You can get those with pulled pork or brisket. They're going to have I think they're still going to have a rib plate today. So there is that option. And then Yee's is set up just a little bit further down the line. They've got hamburgers, hot dogs, cheese fries, twisted taters, lemonade and tea, sodas and water, chicken strip basket, foot-long corn dog. They got all that stuff over there at Yee's. And then, of course, Shiver Me Shavers all the way down on the end with snow cones. And last but not least, I can't forget them. Right over here, there is a little purple tent right next to Big Baron's that has all kinds of cold drinks. So there you go. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the left lane. Sean Reed, Top Secret in the right. Winner gets a bye into the final. Huge stakes for this run. Here we go. Cade Genesek pulls a squeaker right at the end. 0:41 for a reaction time. Sean Reed off the line in 1:58. Sean Reed ran a 5:61.1. Cade Genesek with a mad push right at the end ran a 5:69. But manages to get across the line 28 thousandths of a second faster than Sean Reed and squeaks the run right at the very end. That was pretty impressive, to be honest with you. So Cade Genesek will now have a bye run into the final. Brody Martin and Mallory Carroll will have to square off in the next round to see who's going to be there too. And we'll get to that in a moment. Here's my first pair for Pro Eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 700 is Cindy Helms. They call the boat Starfish out of Malvern, Arkansas. Sponsored by Irvin Caps Racing and Arkansas Wholesale. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 822 is Robbie Barrett. Your number 2 qualifier. Cindy Helms is number 3. Pro Eliminator runs on a 6.5 second index. Robbie Barrett jumped early and turned it red, and Cindy Helm will take the win and move into the next round with an 0.56 reaction time and a 6:68 and 3. I suspect she saw the red light. She sort of held back just a little bit and then at the last minute kind of gave it a push. But I think she knew from the very beginning that she already had it. And Robbie Barrett, tough luck for them. He will have an opportunity to come back in the second chance if he wants to, but he turned it red by 22 hundredths of a second. So there's only 3 boats in this Pro Eliminator class this weekend. So Cindy Helms with that win now takes herself into the final. Dr. Don Topliff is your number 1 qualifier. About to take his bye run right now, and he will be Cindy Helms's competition for the final. He's going to be in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 84, Dr. Don Topliff. Late Life Crisis, the name of that boat. Sponsored by Whiskey River in San Angelo, Dr. T Racing. The crew chief is C.D. Ward, and all of the San Angelo crew is here helping out. Dr. T turns it red by 600ths of a second, but it won't hurt him on the bye run. And then check this out. On a 6.5 index, he ran a 6:51 and 2. Just to remind everybody why he's the number 1 qualifier. So it'll be Cindy Helms and Don Topliff for the final when we get back around to those guys. All right, second chance. If you're going to run second chance, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. $25 to buy back in. Bring your boat down there. You're going to pay your entry fee at the in-ramp. They are asking you, please, cash only. They do not have a way to take any other forms of payment. Second chance buyback for round 1. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator. Need you warmed up, ready to go for round 2. Pro Outlaws, stand by. Okay. Emily just let me know that she does have change if people need small bills for that second chance and you don't have it. Come up and see her. She'll be happy to make some change for you. Speaking of Emily, while you're up there, we got a 50-50 drawing going on There's only 100 tickets, and they're going for $20 a piece. So if we can sell all 100 tickets, which is what we're trying to do, that'll be $1,000 that'll go to the winning ticket drawer, and then $1,000 that'll be given to the volunteers that are working the in-ramp, the out-ramp, and various other locations around the racetrack. Be just a nice way to sort of pay them back for all of their hard work over this weekend. All right, so we're back around to personal watercraft. And your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 412K. That is Addison Lees. Calls the boat Fire Starter. Sponsored by Elite Tow, DMB Docks, Just Ducky Charter out of Key Largo, Captain Kevin, Whiskey Watering Hole Music Series, the V-Team, Mama and Papa, thanks to Katie Reed for the tow vehicle. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn, doing time 2. Sponsored by High Gear Collision, Ron Hoover, RV and Marina Bernie, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Steffen, MD, and Courtney and Josh Edwards. And your number 1 qualifier goes down in round 2. Addison Lee's going to take the win on a hole shot. She had an 0.55 reaction time and ran a 10.87.7 on a 10.86 dial-in and got across the line 11 hundredths of a second faster. Lynn Blackburn, a little slower coming off the line, almost a full quarter of a second left behind at the start line, and then broke out, ran a 10.44.5 trying to get caught up, but just could not quite get there. So anyway, that 50-50 drawing is kind of important to us. We really would like to be able to donate that full $1,000 to the to those volunteers. So if you've got an extra 20 burning a hole in your pocket and you'd like to help out, we'd sure appreciate it. Here's your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 14 is Canyon Parsley. Calls the boat Mad at the World, dialed in at a 14.05. Thanks to Mickey Jenkins for the jet ski and the support. Thanks to Mom and Dad for all the love and encouragement. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is Tegan Finnegan. Driving for Josh and Kat Finnegan. They call the boat what? Tegan's first year racing. She's doing pretty well so far. Sponsored by Smoke on the Water Boat Races, Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, TriStar Fleet Sales and Service. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, her little brothers, EJ and Dason, K-Ma, Matt and Allie, Miller, JJ and Carly, Josh and Katrina, Brother Mike, Trinity Racing Ministries, David Carroll. Woo! Keegan cut herself a great light, but just a hair fast. She dialed in at 13.1, ran a 13.09, and broke out by 8 thousandths of a second, and the win's going to go to Canyon Parsley in the left lane. So I got just a little more information on that 50-50 deal. I'll tell you in just a minute. But first up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 577 is Bella Genesek Wackadoodle. They call that boat. Sponsored by JP&E, RESP, and Trinity Racing Ministries. She's dialed in at a 13.33. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. Not quite Miller time out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, The Circle of Trust, TriStar Fleet Sales and Service. Radley's dialed in at 11:15. Speaking of Matt Miller and Miller Time, they've got some brand new shirts. Just came out. If you want one, go see one of the crew. They'll get you squared away. Radley is on the shirt. Bella Genesek with a big hole shot, going to take the win in the left lane. Radley Miller, 6:54 for a reaction time and ran an 11:26 and 5. But Bella Genesek was off the line in 31 thousandths of a second.
Hey troops, Jerome Powell Jared coming at you from the pits here in Paris, and I caught up with this guy. If you noticed, he's got a little bulge in his back pocket here. It's because he's $7,000 richer. It's Gus Ward, winner of the Pro Outlaw Shootout yesterday. Congratulations on the win, man. I mean, the biggest question is, what are you going to do with all that money? Is it going back into this boat?
Thanks for the kudos. As far as the cost of running one of these boats, takes about $7,000 just to get here and get back on it. So we do this for fun. Sunday's points round. Saturday that shootout deal. That was fun. We had a good time. We won it. Shame we went out the first round this morning, but a 005. That's a red light, and that puts you out. But if you don't get one of those every now and then, you're not trying hard enough.
That's right. You're not pushing it hard enough. Well, we still have boats on the line. And Gus, what'd you learn here that you're going to take to San Angelo?
It's a long way back to San Angelo. I still got a motor together. Tune-up's coming together. Flex is working good. Crew's working together. So we'll have something for them down there.
This is your winner of the Pro Outlaw Shootout, Gus Ward. He's heading home now. And something tells me he's going to come back with a vengeance to San Angelo. Safe travels. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So that was Blackie Bame in Blackie's Magic in the Ozark Home Center right lane, and Bailey Schmidt, Silver Bullet in the left. And Bruno Knopp going to take the win in the right lane. 0.42 for a reaction time and ran a 9:03 and 8 and got across the line 19 thousandths of a second faster. They had almost identical runs. Megan Ratliff with an 0.45 reaction time ran a 9:04 and 4. And that hundredth of a second difference is reflected in that finish line. But wow, what a great run that was. Bruno Canop will be moving into the semifinal round, where he'll actually now have a bye run into the final. Here's my next pair for stock eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 126 is John Boyd. They call the boat Sunday Special. He's the number 2 qualifier with a 971. He's dialed in now with a 97. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is Rodney Blackstock doing the driving for Al Kirshner. Plum Crazy, the name of that boat. Boat number 424. Special thanks going out to Doty and Shelley Blackstock. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. Second chance. This is your final call to the in-ramp. Second chance. Final call. Modified eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw. Need you warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator. Stand by for round 2. And your winner going to be in the right lane, Rodney Blackstock. Moving on to the next round. John Boyd turned it red by 24 thousandths of a second. And Rodney Blackstock will take the win and move to the next round. So I believe we are now going to be, well, we still have a buy run for stock, or a rerun for stock eliminator, but I think we're going to hold that for just a second. And we're going to be moving into our second chance. Here comes our second chance. First round. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 982. Dusty Peterson calls the boat Collusion out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. He's dialed in at an 815. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 0420 is Arthur Imel. Calls the boat Wet Dream. He's dialed in at an 8.7. Here we go. Arthur Imel going to take the win in the right lane. Dusty Peterson jumped early and turned it red by 134. And Arthur Imel with a 9:23 and 1 on an 8.7 dial-in and a 4:65 reaction time will take the win and move into the next round of second chance. Here's your next pair for the second chance. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 0657. Garrick Snyder calls the boat Young Gun, driving for Mickey Snyder. Dialed in at a 9.5. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 056 is Scott C. Dialed in at an 802. Calls the boat 3 in the pink. Here we go. These guys come back around for second chance. They don't come to play. We had a double breakout and a double red light. But your winner is going to be in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 0657, Garrick Snyder. Young Gun. Turned it red by 003. Scott C. 068 for a red light. And then both drivers broke out at the top end as well. Garrick Snyder had dialed in at a 9.5, ran a 9:49 and 9. And Scott C. dialed in at an 8:02, ran an 8:01 and 5. But your win is going to go to Garrick Snyder. He had the smaller breakout. Hey, I want to send out a big shout out to Yee's. Thanks for bringing me a burger. I appreciate you guys. If y'all are thinking about lunch, he's got hamburgers, cheeseburgers, foot-long corn dogs. You got a bunch of other stuff, too. Hang on just one second. I'll pull that up. I have it. Cheese fries, twisted taters, water, tea, lemonade. Here's our next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 230 is Cameron Bryant. They call the ski Flossin', and she's dialed in at a 13 flat. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway, the Golden Child. He's dialed in at a 10 and 58. While you're also looking for other lunch options, blah, 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 Big Baron's Top End Grub is set up right behind us here on Vendor Row with barbecue sandwiches. They've got brisket and pulled pork, loaded mac and cheese, loaded nachos. They also have a rib plate. They've got coffee, tea, lemonade. Go back and see them. Right next to them is a little vendor with just drinks. Lots of cold drinks over there. So I don't know what happened to Cameron. Raven Broadway going to be your winner. In the right lane, 5:67 for a reaction time, ran at 11:02 and 8. Not sure what happened with Cameron, never made it off the line.
What's her trailer? We need her trailer back.
And we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 230. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 230. Back to the in-ramp, please. Need that truck and trailer for 230 back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for 230 back to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp. Not entirely sure what happened down there, but honestly, from where I'm at, and I can't really get a great view from here, but it looks like that jet ski was taking on water somehow. Cameron got off the ski, and they're pulling it to the in-ramp now. I can see that. If I get any more information on that, I will share. But it looks like everybody's okay. Here comes Christian with another set of winners from Choctaw Casino. Charles Martin and Jordan Herber. Charles Martin and Jordan Herber. You have won the $25 or into the raffle. I don't remember. I don't know exactly how that's working. I'll have to go find out. But either way, go see the folks at Grant Choctaw Casino in their booth back here, and they'll let you know. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 05 is Bart Giles. Calls the boat Your Mom, and he's dialed in at 1222 out of Del Rio, Texas. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. High voltage, dialed in at an 8 flat. And your winner's going to be in the right lane. Lane McDonald going to take the win in high voltage. 095 for a reaction time. And then we're in an 8:19 and 1. Perfect. Thank you. So yeah, you're winning a $25 worth of table game chips at Grant Choctaw Casino and Resort. Jordan Herber and Charles Martin are the winners in this draw. Here's our rerun for stock eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 007 is Bailey Schmidt, Silver Bullet. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 746, Blackie Bame. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic. He's dialed in at a 1045. Bailey Schmidt dialed in at a 1095. Bailey Schmidt going to take the win in the left lane. Wow. There was a lot going on in that pass. Blackie Bame got out early with a 2:72 reaction time. Bailey Schmidt, 7:48 for her. Test, 1, 2. All right. So we are back to modified eliminator, done with second chance. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 1111 is Steve Walls from San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Happy Hour. Taking a buy run actually into the final. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons, Fine Woodworking. Special thanks to his girlfriend Michelle, Bruce, Sella, Odie, Mandy, Randy, and Luann for all their help. Steve Walls taking a buy run into the final round in modified eliminator. Runs an 8:02.4 on an 8-second index with a 4:72 reaction time and 102 mile-an-hour pass. Sorry, he has a buy run into the semifinals, not the finals. My bad. Quick Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Jet, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Here's my next pair for Modified Eliminator. This winner will have a bye into the final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 022 is Gavin Schneider. Calls the boat Big Iron. Thanks to Craig and Susie Coleman, Wally and Sandy Meeks, Lone Star Ranch, RL and Gail Haas, Daniel Konitsny, Tito's Vodka, Gore Fuel Systems, 3D Landscaping, Duffin Machine Shop, Genesis Construction Group, Thomas Davis, RPM Sports Boats, Colin Moore in McQueenway, Texas, Marley Ranch, Oscar and Jacinda Galindo. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker. Out of Buckholz, Texas, they call the boat N2 Deep. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Shauna Kinsey, Charlie's Boat Doctor, Danny and Christine Springer, looking pretty decals, and thanks to his wife and kids for their help and support. Gavin Snyder, Big Iron in the left lane. Andrew Decker, N2 Deep in the right. Here we go. Gavin Schneider turns it red by 42 thousandths, and your winner is going to be Andrew Decker in the right lane. He broke out, ran a little fast with a 7:99 on an 8-second index. Broke out by 9 thousandths of a second, but Gavin Schneider with the red light had already taken himself out of competition, and Andrew Decker will now have a bye run into the final. All right, next up, we're going to have Michael Ratliff and Jesse James Jr. to find out who Steve Walls will be paired up against in the semifinal round. So in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, 517 is the boat. Jesse James Jr. is the driver, and they call the boat Outlaw out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 769S is Michael Ratliff. Calls that little outboard Det Row. Sponsored by Counts Electric, Service Title Company, and RT Marine. 5 seconds to go on the countdown. 8 seconds is the index. And by way of a double red light, your winner's going to be in the left lane. Jesse James Jr. takes the win with a 008 red. Michael Ratliff, 108 red. County Chamber of Commerce, Choctaw Casino and Resort in Grant, Oklahoma. GTL Paris RV Park, Paris Chevrolet, Off-Road King, Drive 'em, Zulu Internet Incorporated, East Texas Broadcasting, and Washmasters, all helping to sponsor us here for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix, and we appreciate every single one of those folks. If you get an opportunity to stop by and tell them we said thank you, maybe spend $1 or $2 there, it wouldn't hurt. We appreciate them very much for helping us make this thing happen. All right, moving into Pro Outlaw. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes, left lane is boat number 521. That is going to be Rick Blethroad in a boat he calls Wild Thing. They're running out of Odessa, Texas, sponsored by Alliance Machine, AAA RV, Pam and Ken's Cool Cars, and special thanks to Ronnie, JR, and Holly. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire, Alcoholic Behavior, sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, Bigfoot, LSI, RH Marine, and special thank you to his hard-working crew. 5.2 seconds is the index for Pro Outlaw. The winner of this run on this side of the ladder will have a bye run into the final. So big stakes. Here we go. Rick Blethroad, Wild Thing in the left lane. Bill Meyer, Alcoholic Behavior in the right. There's 10 seconds on the countdown and 5.2 seconds on the index. Winner will have a bye run into the final. Here we go. Winner's going to be in the right lane, Bill Wire. Alcoholic Behavior taking the win. 5:27 and 2 for 178.5 miles an hour with an 088 reaction time. Rick Blethroad, 051 for a reaction time, but just not as much left in there when he got to the top end at 5:34 and 4. And Bill Wire gets across the line 35 thousandths of a second faster and will take the win and now has himself a bye run all the way into the final. All right, here we go. Next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes. Left lane. Looking to get into the semifinal round is Cody Childress. Calls about Bad Influence. Comes in as the number four qualifier out of Nemo, Texas. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to his wife and kids. Kendra, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And a big thank you to Mama Judy as well. And a big thank you, or birthday rather, for I guess it's tomorrow, but Misty Tuttle. Happy birthday. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 105, Justin Schmidt doing the driving for Robert Lees in a boat they call Wildfire. Sponsored by Kager Soil Service, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Sales Midwest, and Elite Tow, and Lake Relo as well. ProJet, this is your final call to the in-ramp, please. ProJet, final call. ProComp Flat, go ahead and bring your boats to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, you guys need to be warmed up, ready to go. Second Chance, stand by. All right, starter called for the lights. Justin Schmidt, Wildfire in the right lane. Cody Childress, Bad Influence in the left. Winner goes to the semifinal round. Loser goes home. Here we go. And your winner's going to be in the left lane. Cody Childress going to take the win with a 003 light and a 534 on a 5.2 index. And that light made all the difference. Justin Schmidt actually ran a 522 and 6. But Cody Childress able to get across the line just over 0.07 of a second faster and will take the win and move into the next round. Here comes our buy run for Pro Outlaw. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar. Calls the boat Anger Management out of Comfort, Texas. Sponsored by Jeff Roast, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Penny Walkenhorst, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry. Has a buy run into the final round. Cody Childress already there waiting. We'll see that pair in the next round. Y'all get done with your lunch. I highly recommend you go down to Shiver Me Shavers and go see Jeremy and his crew. Get yourself a snow cone. It will cool you down, I promise. Greg Lempar, anger management in the right lane. Taking a bye run into the final round. Came in as the number 10 qualifier. Got past Tim Ortiz in round 1. And now headed to the final. I said it yesterday, doesn't always matter where you start. I said it yesterday, it doesn't always matter where you start, you just have to have a good day. And that is exactly what's happening right there. Greg Lempar with an 0.40 light, and then around 5:35 and 3, 178.2 mile an hour pass into the semifinal round, where he'll have Cody Childress in the other lane. All right, semifinal round for Quick Eliminator. In the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 465, Chad Coopit out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Warpath, sponsored by Outlaw Boat Races, Allen Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, Jet Aquatics Incorporated, Two Guys Marine, Lucky Dog River Floats, and Cabin Rentals. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls that boat Through the Fire. Welcoming Dwayne and Shelly, Tom and Linda, sending love to his wife Mickey. Thanks for letting him come out here and play. Chad Coopit comes in number 3 qualifier. Ken Jenkins number 2. And the winner will go to the final. Quick Eliminator running on a 6-second index. And the starter has called for the lights. 23 seconds on the countdown. Ken Jenkins, Chad Coopit. Both want to go to the final, but only one's going to go. Oh my goodness. Chad Coopit gonna take the win with a perfect triple O light and a 6:06 and 9. Ken Jenkins had a great light himself, 098, but my goodness, 0.0008. 8/10,000ths of a second for a reaction time for Chad Coopit. 145 mile an hour pass. He gets across the line 0.14 of a second faster. And Chad Coopit will go to the final Procomp Flat, this is your final call, please. Procomp Flat, your final call. Personal watercraft, need your boats at the in-ramp. Second chance, need you warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is going to be boat number 392. That is Jason Goddard out of San Angelo, Texas. They call the boat Texas Red. Sponsored by Don Wild Racecraft, Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pittsford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FP Services. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 505 is Rick Martin. In the Red, the name of that boat, sponsored by Phil's Automotive, Brutal Off-Road, Justin Teach Construction, Mitchco Foundation. Your number one qualifier is Rick Martin, looking to go to the final. Jason Goddard's got something to say. Let's see what happens. And Rick Martin's going to take the win. Jason Goddard turned it red by 35 thousandths of a second. And Rick Martin, with an 0.95 reaction time and a 6.05 and 2 for a run, lays down 140. Cersei Elrod, an obsession in the left lane. Mark Roby in the Moisture Missile in the right. Pro Jet, the yellow buoys are the finish line. And your winner in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane going to be Cersei Elrod, an obsession, 379 and 130 miles an hour. Mark Roby had a better reaction time, 15 thousandths of a second, but he just didn't have it at the top end. Ran a 4.1, 2, and 5, and Cersei Elrod able to make up the difference and get there. Robert Ledbetter on the other side of the ladder had a bye run into the final and notified us that he did not intend to take that bye run, so we won't see them again until we get to the finals. Hey, so Emily was just letting me know that she still has a bunch of those 50-50 tickets to sell. And they're only $20 a piece. You stand a chance to win 1,000. If we can sell all 100 tickets, we will get to $1,000 for the winner, and also $1,000 that we'll be able to donate to the volunteer groups that are helping us out here this weekend. That is the Paris High School Band. Those kids are working the ramps out there, out there helping the boats in and out of the water, and the Paris Boy Scouts that are helping run the gate for us. Those are the folks that will receive the other half of that 50-50 money. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat. First up is your bye run. Your number one qualifier is Tim Ortiz. Calls the boat Never Satisfied out of Conroe, Texas. So your number one qualifier runs a 6:08 and 7 for 126.8 mile an hour pass and takes his bye run into the final. Here we go. Pro Comp Flat in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, RB Props, Greg Banks, Beaver Fabrication, and Infamous Brewery. Dialed in at a 6:45 in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Boat number 187J is Kevin Hibden, Visual Noise out of Peralta, New Mexico. Sponsored by Tony Garcia, Budlong Motorsports, Pampawali, Nelson Speed and Marine, Hibden Motorsports, and Johnny's Habanero Hot Sauce. Okay, here we go. Personal watercraft. Bella Genesek calls the boat Wackadoodle in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Sponsored by JP&E, RESP, Trinity Racing Ministries. This young lady also races junior dragsters. Dialed in at a 13 and 36, taking a bye run into the final. So Bella Genesek taking that bye run with a 1:81 reaction time, and then dialed in at a 13:36, ran a 13:26 and 5 for a 53-mile-an-hour pass. All right, here comes your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 14 is Canyon Parsley, driving for Ken Jenkins. They call the ski Mad at the World. Special thanks to Mickey Jenkins for her jet ski and support, and thanks to Mom and Dad for all the love and encouragement. In the Ozark Home Center right lane is Addison Lees, driving for Chris Lees. They call the boat Firestarter. Sponsored by Elite Tow, D&B Docks, Just Ducky Charter out of Key Largo, Florida. Captain Kevin, Whiskey Watering Hole Music Series, the V-Team, Mama and Papa, and special thanks to Katie Reed for the tow vehicle. Addison dialed in at a 1086, Canyon dialed in at a 14 and 15. And Addison Lee's going to take the win with an 029 reaction time and a 1087 and 9 on a 1086 dial-in. Canyon Parsley actually had a great light 013 for a reaction time, but he got too fast at the top end and broke out by 83 thousandths of a second. And Addison Lees will take the win, and she'll have Bella Genesek to face in the final. So back around to second chance we go, and in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage. Dialed in at an 8 flat. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 0420 is Arthur Imel. Dialed in at a 8.8. Calls the boat Wet Dream. Here we go. Arthur Imel unable to leave the line. And Lane McDonald going to take the win and move into the next round for the second chance. Ran an 8:04 and 7 on an 8-second dial in, 98.6 mile an hour. Modified Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Outlaw, stand by. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 0657. That's Garrick Snyder doing the driving for Mickey Snyder in the Young Gun boat. Dialed in at a 9 and 49. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway. They call that boat Golden Child, and he's dialed in at a 1062. And your winner's going to be in the right lane. Raven Broadway and the Golden Child going to take the win. Garrick Snyder pushed just a hair too hard, and I think he knew it. He tried to back down just a hair before he crossed the line and just didn't do it quite soon enough. He actually broke out by 16 thousandths of a second. Had he stepped off just a hair sooner, I think he would have had that win. But Raven Broadway will move to the next round in the second chance. Oh, here we go. All right, stock eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstar. Ugh. I can speak, I promise. Al Kirshner owns the boat. Rodney Blackstock doing the driving. And in the other lane, the Ozark Home Center lane, Silver Bullet is going to be Bailey Schmidt. Your winner's going to be Rodney Blackstock in the left lane. Dialed in at a 9 flat, ran a 908 with a 186 reaction time. Bailey Schmidt, a little slower, come off the line, 337, and ran a 1097 and 5 on that 1091 dial in, and just not enough to get there. Tough luck for her, but Rodney Blackstock now will be moving to the final. Bruno Knop will be there as well. He's got a bye run into the final. Speaking of Bruno Knop, here he is in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 064 calls the boat Checkered Past out of Lavernia, Texas. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Holscher Farms, Rowdy Tees, and special thanks to his wife Courtney and his daughter Charlie for their help. Was number one qualifier for a fair amount of time yesterday, and then in the third round of qualifying, everything went sideways, and he ended up at number 6. But he's making the best of it and working his way through, and now taking a bye run into the final round. And I said this yesterday, you know, everybody scrambles to have that number one qualifying spot, but quite frankly, it doesn't always matter. Sometimes it's more about having a good day today than it is having a good day yesterday. And anything can happen on a Sunday. He turned it red by 0.56, but it will not matter on the bye. And then ran a 9:03.6 for an 85.8 mile an hour pass. So Bruno Knop in the final with Rodney Blackstock. All right, here we go. Semifinal action for Modified Eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 517. Jesse James Jr. out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Outlaw, your number one qualifier. Looking to see if he can get to the final. He's got to get past Steve Walls. He's in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 1111. They call that boat Happy Hour. Out of San Angelo, Texas. Winner of this round goes to the final. Andrew Decker will be there waiting. And your winner's going to be in the left lane, Jesse James Jr. takes another round with an 0.96 reaction time and ran an 8.15.9. Steve Walls came off the line way slower, almost 0.3 of a second to get off the line, and then ran an 8.087 and just couldn't quite get there. Jesse James got across the finish line 11 hundredths of a second faster, and he will take the win. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker. In Too Deep, the name of the boat, out of Buckholz, Texas. He had Tyler Boehm in round 1. Had Gavin Snyder in round 2. Was able to get around both of them and earned himself this bye run into the final. So on a 1:36 reaction time, he ran a little bit fast, 7:97 and 6. Won't hurt him on the bye. Might as well get that out of your system now. And that leaves us with a familiar-looking final round. Andrew Decker on one side, Jesse James Jr. on the other. We've seen that happen before. Special thanks to his wife, Allie, Radley, and Hazel, his crew, Robert, Uncle E, Josh. Shout out to Brother Mike and his wife, Kathy. Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, STBA, and their nothing but class crew. Matt Miller comes in as the number 2 qualifier with a 7:04 and 1. Got around Bob Winder in round 1, and now taking a bye run into the final. Yep, that'll work. 7:04 with an 8. 7:04 and 8 with an 0.22 reaction time. And 111.3 mile an hour pass. So Matt Miller strolling his way into the final. And now we'll see whether it's going to be Cody Bryant or George Olson on the other side of that ladder. All right, here we go. The other side of the ladder for top eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 622. That is Cody Bryant. They call the boat Riding on Rails. It's a really pretty little outboard, and it runs pretty well, too. Running 7-second runs with it out of Prattsville, Arkansas. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted. Your number 1 qualifier. Looking to ride into the finals. Sponsored by Olson Piling. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. George Olson, money well wasted. Ran a 7:69.6 on a 7-second index with a 2:15 for a reaction time. Cody Bryant run a little slow on this pass, ran an 8:27.8. So it'll be George Olson and Matt Miller in the final. All right, here we go. We're moving to Pro Modified now. I apologize for the delay. We had a bit of a snafu getting boats in into the ramp and getting everybody squared away. In the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 255. That's going to be Cade Genesek. He's taken his bye run into the final round. Came into this day as the number 5 qualifier. They call that boat All or Nothing, sponsored by Genesek Performance and Equipment, TSI Transportation Service Incorporated, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, David Kirkland Racing, and thanks to the crew, Jay, Howie, David, Logan, Chloe, and Bella, taking a bye run into the final round. Oh. 003 red for the light, and then ran a 976.2 for 170.8 mile an hour pass. Cade Genesek running his bye run into the final. Now we'll have Brody Martin and Mallory Carroll to see who's going to end up on the other side of that course. Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the end-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, ready for your boats at the end-ramp. Pro Jet, start warming them up. Pro Comp Flat, stand by.
Why did we build all this in Grant, Oklahoma? Because kings and queens need castles.
RMG Sports is now the exclusive home of Racer H2O Live. Subscribe today and watch every pass of every class of the Southern Drag Boat Association's 2023 season. And coming September, RMG Sports will be the exclusive live stream home of the American Jet Sport Association's 2023 Southern Summer Series Championship. Then, in October, Racer H2O travels to Lake Alfred, Florida to bring you the 2023 Fizzle Hydro Drag World Championships live on RMG Sports. Watch RMG Sports on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, your favorite mobile device, and at rmgsports.net. RMG Sports. Subscribe today.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
All right, here we go. Semifinal round, Pro Modified in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 420S. Brody Martin came in as the number one qualifier, looking to ride this thing all the way through. Let's see how he does. Calls about the Reaper, sponsored by Bent Plumbing, Newman Water Services, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, J.C. Jones Enterprises. And thanking all of our sponsors, the crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all the awesome photographers, and the Snyder family. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Calls the boat a little more therapy out of Marble Falls, Texas, sponsored by Fatheads Eyewear, David Carroll Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, Sunoco Race Fuels, Driven Racing Oil, Buffalo Land Management, JMP 1.0, and thanks to Mom, Dad, and Amanda for all the help. Mallory comes in the number 4 qualifier, looking to see if she can charge her way into the finals. 5.6 seconds is the index. Cade Genesek waiting on the other side. Here we go. Will, I can guarantee you that is not the run that Mallory Carroll and her team were looking for. Brody Martin actually jumped and turned it red by over 1/10 of a second. And then ran a 5.76 and 2 for 158 mile an hour pass. But Mallory Carroll unable to get off the line, and that is not the run they were looking for right there. So it'll be a Brody Martin and Cade Genesek final when we bring them back around. We will need truck and trailer for boat number 810. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 810. Back to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator. Need boats at the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for boat number 810. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer, boat number 810 to the in-ramp. All right, here's our first pair for Pro Outlaw. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes, left lane, boat number 077. Racing out of Nemo, Texas is Cody Childress, calls the boat Bad Influence. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to his wife Kendra, the kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy. And a big happy birthday to Travis's wife, Misty, having a birthday this weekend. Happy birthday to you. Actually, I guess you said it was tomorrow, right? We got it. It's tomorrow. Happy birthday. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar. Out of Comfort, Texas, he calls the boat Anger Management, sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Penny Walkenhorst. Thanks to Jamie and Jerry for all their help. Winner goes to the finals. Cody Childress. I'm telling you, these teams just absolutely amazing. All of the teams. I was saying this earlier, you know, they get together, they help each other, they work hard to try to make things go. And 100%. Event shirts are marked down to $20 if you want one. Do not be the last person on your block to get one. Go get them. Marked down to $20. She's got small, and then she's got large all the way up to 4X. So you pretty much have no excuse. Should be able to find one that fits. I was not looking at you. I was just looking down the line at the group. Seeing that none of you guys have an event shirt on. So, you know, everyone should make a trip back up there. Just waiting on a green course, get both boats lined up and on the lane. And we'll be ready to get this thing going. Cody Childress, Bad Influence on the left. Greg Lempar, Anger Management on the right. All right, here we go. 20 seconds on the countdown. Pro Outlaw got Cody Childress and Greg Lempar, both of them looking to get to the final, but only one of them is going to be able to get there. And your winner's going to be in the left lane. Cody Childress going to take the win and go to the final. Cody Childress with the better reaction time. They were almost identical at the finish. But Cody Childress off the line in 164 and then ran a 5:26 and 6 for 172.7 mile an hour pass. Greg Lempar with a 2:51 for reaction time, ran a 5:27 and 9. But he was doing 163 mile an hour at 875 and 180 mile an hour at the 1,000-foot marker. He was mashing hard, trying to get caught up and just couldn't quite get there. Cody Childress crosses the line 10 seconds, a tenth of a second faster. And Bill Wire on the other side of the ladder has a bye run into the final. So it's going to be a Cody Childress, Bill Wire final. And somehow I get the feeling we've seen that before as well. A time or two. They're pulling Bill Wire out to the line. He'll be taking his bye run into the Pro Outlaw final, where now we know Cody Childress will be waiting. We've seen this as a final before. So here's our bye run in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 1028. Bill Wire calls the boat alcoholic behavior. Comes in as the number 5 qualifier, making a bye into the final round. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, Bigfoot, LSI, RH Marine, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need you at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up, get ready. Second Chance, stand by. Bill Wire. alcoholic behavior in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Taking a bye run into the final round for Pro Outlaw. Like it's on a string all the way down. 0.62 for a reaction time and a 5:27 and 6 for a 179.9 mile an hour pass. Bill Wire. And I believe they are pulling out our Pro Eliminator final now. I'm pretty sure we are up to finals in all of our classes now. Everything from this point out is for all the marbles. If you're old enough to remember what that means, welcome to my club. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, go ahead and bring your boats to the in-ramp as well, please. Pro Comp Flat, bring them to the in-ramp. Second chance, warm them up, get ready. Personal Watercraft, stand by for your final. Here we go, final round for Pro Eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 84. Dr. Ton Toplift calls the boat late life crisis. Sponsored by Whiskey River in San Angelo, Dr. T Racing. The crew chief is C.D. Word. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 700 is Cindy Helms. Calls the boat Starfish out of Malvern, Arkansas. Sponsored by Irvin Caps Racing and Arkansas Wholesale. Here we go. Cindy Helms had some issues, 3.23 seconds to get off the line and then just never really got going. That's tough luck for them. Really good to see them back with us though. Super excited to have them back on the course.
go, Greg. Take another lap, Lord. You watch over him, keep him safe. Get to that throttle, everything working just like it should. Good green light set on the boat. Fast, safe ride, right on the numbers. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Luck, brother. Do it.
Here we go for Pro Jet, the final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 191. That is Cersei Elrod. Calls the boat Obsession out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. Sponsored by Ballard Performance, SM Elrod Incorporated, Aaron's Powder Coating, Elrod Company, and Spring Creek Nursery. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, Robert Ledbetter and the Honey Badger. Here we go. Well, I do not know what happened right there, but we're going to send a jet ski out there to check on Robert and see what happened. Tough luck for them. That is not the run we expected by any means. Cersei Elrod going to take the win with an 0.15 reaction time and a 398 at 129 miles an hour to the 660 mark. Robert Ledbetter did push a little bit just to try to make sure he broke the beam, I think is probably what he was doing, just on the off chance that Cersei Elrod might have had a rule infraction of some sort and maybe he could have got the win. The problem is he got there about 0.03 of a second too late and it wouldn't have helped. He only had 5 seconds to break the beam and it was a 5:03 when he got there. Hey, look, I got another set of winners for the $25 in table chip money from Grant Choctaw Casino and Resort. And those winners are Rhonda Kinsey, Ashley Heron, Marvin Reeves, and Bart Giles. Bart Giles, Marvin Reeves, Ashley Heron, and Rhonda Kinsey. You folks have won. Go back and see Christian at the Grant Choctaw and Casino booth back here behind us and collect your certificate. Hey, we still got some of those 50-50 raffle tickets left over. I need truck and trailer, by the way, for 356 back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for 356 back to the in-ramp. Sorry, I should have done that a minute ago. All right, here comes our final for Pro Comp Flat. Got your number 1 qualifier and your number 2 qualifier. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 331 as Tim Ortiz Never Satisfied, the name of the boat out of Conroe, Texas, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Maxima Racing Oil, Nitrous Outlet, Flow Supply, and Texas Arsenal. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 187J, Kevin Hibden, Visual Noise, sponsored by Tony Garcia, Johnny's Habanero Hot Sauce, Bud Long Motorsports, Papa Wally, and Nelson Speed and Marine, as well as Hibden Motorsports. Kevin Hibden gave it away with a red light. 051 red, and Tim Ortiz going to take the win. Kevin Hibden got to the line faster, 13, almost 14 hundredths of a second faster, but the red line had already done the damage. And Tim Ortiz going to take the win with an impressive 6:05 and 4 and 125 mile an hour pass. Tim Ortiz, your winner in Pro Comp Flat. Second Chance and Personal Watercraft should already be at the in-ramp, please. Second Chance and Personal Watercraft should be at the in-ramp. All right, so this is going to be our Second Chance final right here. And I know you only see one boat up there, and I'll tell you why. It is Raven Broadway, calls the boat the Golden Child, sponsored by Spring Creek Marina, Family Power Sports, Petroplex Oilfield Services, MS Matthews, RV Repair Crew, Darling Ingredients, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, and special thanks to Wayman Pitchford, excuse me. So he's dialed in at a 1079. And the reason he's running by himself is because his partner for the finals is a boat that is going to be a couple of seconds faster than Raven's Personal Watercraft. And so in an effort to maintain safety and make sure that Raven is safe if something were to happen and that other boat were to get out of line a little bit, we're going to run them separately, and then we're going to do the math to figure out who had the better run. And that is how we will determine the winner. So Raven Broadway dialed in at a 1079 and ran a 10.900, 67 mile an hour pass with a 57/100th of a second reaction time. Do I? All right. Stock Eliminator and Modified Eliminator ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator and Modified Eliminator. Need your boats for your final round. Top Eliminator and Quick Eliminator. Warm them up. Get ready. And this is the Personal Watercraft final.
Yeah, because the boat's at the ramp, and it's just got there before the other boat, which shouldn't have happened.
All right, here comes our final in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 412K, Addison Lees, driving for Chris Lees in a boat they call Firestarter, sponsored by Elite Tow, DMB Docks, Just Ducky Charter out of Key Largo, Florida, Captain Kevin, Whiskey Watering Hole Music Series, the V Team, Mama and Papa, and special thanks to Katie Reed for the tow vehicle. Addison's dialed in at a 1086, and in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 577 is Bella Genesek. Calls the boat Wackadoodle, dialed in at a 13-3, sponsored by JP&E, RESP, Trinity Racing Ministries, and RESP. And your winner is going to be Addison Lees with an 083 reaction time and a 1087-4 on a 1086 dial-in. Bella Genesek, 23 thousandths of a second red, and then too fast at the top end as well, dialed in at a 13.3, ran a 13.19. And tough luck for that young lady, but Addison Lees will take the win. Came in as the number 7 qualifier. She got past the number 1 qualifier in round 2. And then got past Canyon Parsley in round 3 to get to the final. And she will be your winner for personal watercraft at the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. Ooh. All right, here we go. In the Ozark Home Center right lane is the other half of our second chance final. And that's going to be Lane McDonald driving for Randy McDonald. They call the boat High Voltage, boat number 794. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz Marine, George Olson, Dad Melanie, and my wife Caitlin, and 3K Construction helping out as well. He's dialed in at an 8 flat. All right, clock is running. Lane McDonald, High Voltage, went out in the first round in modified eliminator. Came back and fought his way into the final in the second chance buyback. So Lane McDonald runs too fast, 7.99.5 on an 8-second dial-in, and broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. So that's going to make Raven Broadway the winner by way of the breakout for the second chance buyback. So Raven Broadway will be your winner for the second chance. Lane McDonald broke out on his final run pass by 4 thousandths of a second. And this is one that we have seen before. And it is our number 1 and number 2 qualifier. And the difference between them was literally 2 10,000ths of a second in qualifying. That's like 4 digits under the decimal point for those of us that are math challenged. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 517 out of Tyler, Texas. That is Jesse James Jr., who is our 2022 High Points champion in Modified Eliminator and looking to see if he can do it again. They call the boat Outlaw, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 311, Andrew Decker out of Buckholz, Texas. Your number 2 qualifier, GNC Machinery, Robert Moore. Gee willikers, excuse me, I have the hiccups all of a sudden. Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Shauna Kinsey, Charlie's Boat Docks, Danny and Christine Springer, Looking Pretty Decals, all of those folks helping to sponsor. He was actually the 22 High Points runner-up last year here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. He'd like to have that number 1 spot this year. Let's find out how this is going to go. Here we go. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane, Jesse James Jr. and Outlaw. Going to take the win. He had the better reaction time with an 0.31 and ran an 8.105. Andrew Decker knew he was behind. He had a 25/100th of a second reaction time and was trying to get there, 8.03 and a 3. But Jesse James just hung in there and got across the line just under 15/100ths of a second faster. And Jesse James Jr. will take the win for Modified Eliminator. Here's our stock eliminator final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 064. That is Bruno Canop. Calls the boat Checkered Past. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Holscher Farms, Rowdy Tees. Special thanks to his wife Courtney and daughter Charlie. Dialed in at a 904. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Calls the boat Plum Crazy. He's driving for Al Kirshner. Thanks to Dodie and Shelly Blackstock. Dialed in at a 9 flat. Here we go. And Bruno Canop going to take the win by a squeak. 92 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two boats at the finish line. Both had a clean start with about 3/10 of a second for a reaction time. Rodney Blackstock ran a 9:15 and 9. Bruno Canop ran a 9:04 on a 9:04 dial-in. And crossed the line 92 thousandths of a second faster. And Bruno Canop will be your winner. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 405. That is Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. What time is it? There you go. It's Miller time, sponsored by Miller Excavation and Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, and TriStar Fleet Sales and Service. Thanks to his wife Allie, Radley, and Hazel's crew, Robert, Uncle E, Josh. Shout out to Brother Mike and his wife Kathy. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Sponsored by Olson Piling. They call the boat Money Well Wasted. He came in as the number 1 qualifier. Matt Miller came in as number 2. Final round. Here we go. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane, Matt Miller. Miller time, going to take the win. He got there 19 thousandths of a second faster. Ran a 7:09 and 8 for a 108 mile an hour pass with a 0.56 reaction time. George Olson had an 0.90 reaction time and ran a 7.81 at 111 miles an hour, but just couldn't quite get there. And Matt Miller, by 19 thousandths of a second, going to take the win. And I think his people are happy. Not sure how I figured that out, but we have 3 finals left. And here comes our quick eliminator final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 505. That is Rick Martin. Took over the driving duties this year when his son Brody moved up to Pro Modified. But he had some stuff to live up to, because in this boat, Brody Martin was the High Points champion last year in Quick Eliminator and earned the Rookie of the Year award in this boat. So Rick had his work cut out for him. He knew he was going to have to put in there and make it look good, so he did. Came in as the number 1 qualifier. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive, Brutal Off-Road, Justin Teach Construction, Mitchco Foundation. Thank out all of our sponsors, the crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all of the awesome photographers. The Snyder family, couldn't do it without them. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 465 is Chad Coopit. Calls the boat Warpath. Just got married right here on the property last night. Congratulations, guys. Out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma, sponsored by Outlaw Boat Races, Allen Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Jet Aquatics Incorporated. Two Guys Marine, Lucky Dog River Floats, and Cabin Rentals. 6 seconds is the index. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. Rick Martin in the red, number 1 qualifier. Chad Coopit, Warpath, number 3 qualifier in the final. Here we go. And Rick Martin turns it red, and Chad Coopit gonna take the win with a 091 reaction time and a 607 and 6. Rick Martin jumped 17 hundredths of a second too fast, earned himself a red light. We put a couple of 145 mile an hour passes on the lanes, and Chad Coopit is your winner for Quick Eliminator. All right, I have your winning ticket for the 50-50 drawing. $560 is what we were able to sell. The winning ticket is 569,294 with a big block Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Bent Plumbing, Newman Water Services, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, J.C. Jones Enterprises, and wants to send a big thank you out to all of their sponsors, their crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all the awesome photographers, and especially the Snyder family for helping him out with a lot of issues. He did come in as the #1 qualifier with a 5.608 on a 5.6 index. And as I said earlier, Brody is the reigning 2022 STBA Quick Eliminator High Points champion and earned Rookie of the Year last year as well. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. They call that boat All or Nothing. It's a Texas outrigger with a Hemi for power, sponsored by Genesek Performance and Equipment, TSI Transportation Service Incorporated, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, David Kirkland Racing, and the crew is Jay, Howie, David, Logan, Chloe, and Bella. Cade comes in as your #5 qualifier with a 5.88 and 4. Starter call for the lights. Two young guns, Brody Martin, the Reaper, in the left lane, Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the right. And your winner's going to be in the right lane. Cade Genesek going to take the win with a little bit slow, 5.93 and 3 at 154 miles an hour, but the water looked a little bit choppy right there. Both drivers having some trouble kind of keeping them down where they wanted them. He had an 0.90 reaction time. Brody Martin a little slower coming off the line with a 7.84, and then ran a 5.08 or 5.801. But Cade Genesek gets across the line just over 0.5 of a second faster, and he will take the win for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix in Pro Mod. And then there were two. Got our Pro Outlaw final in the lanes and ready to go. All right, here we go. The final for Pro Outlaw. And the final run, the final pair for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 077. That is Cody Childress. Calls the boat Bad Influence. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to his wife Kendra, his kids Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, and Mama Judy. Thank you to her. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. Alcoholic Behavior, sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters. And here we go. Bill Wire jumped out early and turned it red. Cody Childress going to take the win in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. 26 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and then he ran a 5:32 and 5 for a 171 mile an hour pass. But Bill Wire was 44 thousandths red, and then ran a 5:27 and 9 and turned in a 180.6 mile an hour pass. Cody Childress going to take the win. So, ladies and gents, I want to take just one quick moment and thank our sponsors one more time for helping to sponsor us out here for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix and the 2023 Southern Drag Boat Association season. We want to thank Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Ozark Home Center, Lamar County Chamber of Commerce, Choctaw Casino and Resort in Grant, Oklahoma, GTL Paris RV Park, Paris Chevrolet, Off-Road King, Drive 'em, Zulu Internet Incorporated, West Texas Broadcasting, and Washmasters, all helping to sponsor us here for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix, and we appreciate them all very, very much. Thank you so much to all of the food vendors for coming out. Thank you to the young people from the Paris High School Band and the Paris Boy Scouts for coming out and helping us with the in-ramp, the out-ramp, and the gate. We appreciate them very, very much for that. Thanks to all of our food vendors for coming and hanging out, taking care of our people. Thanks to all of you spectators that came out and decided to hang out and spend a weekend with us in the heat here in beautiful Paris, Texas. We appreciate you. Want to send out a huge thank you to our rescue crews out there. Got two boats on the water. Rescue 2. Jimmy Todd is the rescue director and the boat captain. Preston Irwin and Richie Hobson, rescue divers. And J.D. Doan is your firefighter and medic out there on Rescue 2. Rescue 1, Richard Hobson is the boat captain. Edward Tidwell and Cody Foster, the rescue divers, and Tyler Copeland is the firefighter and medic on that boat as well. Hey, all you folks out there at Racer H2O, thank you very much for spending the weekend with us. Thanks for coming out and watching. Thanks for enjoying the air conditioning. You could have sent some our way. We would have appreciated it. But either way, man, we're so happy you guys were out there. If you want to know how to log in and watch yourself at Racer H2O, you can do it at rmgsports.net. rmgsports.net. You can log in and watch the racing from the comfort of your own home on racerh2o.com. Thank you very much to all of the SDBA officials.
Race fans, thank you for watching our live stream coverage of this event. Before we conclude, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and tell everyone you know about Racer H2O. This concludes our coverage for today. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you 24/7 at racerh2o.com.